Hello. Welcome. I had to do a JC and run my beginning screen. I just realized I didn't open my document. Okay. But yes. Hi, JC. Hello? Okay, there we go. Jesus. StreamYard. Get your shit together. We are back. If you're watching this replay and you did not see my community posts, I just want to let everybody know that the reason why all the streams were canceled last week, in part because the group stream had a lot of other stuff, but on my side of why I canceled the streams was Monday I had 2 family members in the hospital, and I originally was still going to come back to stream, but I ended up getting held up in the city, and I was never going to come back in time. And then Tuesday's stream was canceled because my great aunt, who was one of the 2 people in the hospital, they decided to put her on what is called comfort care, which means they were prepping her to pass, that she was done and was ready to take her piece. So I canceled stream so that I could be at the hospital for a little bit and then still go home and do what other things I needed to do for that day, because I wasn't going to be able to get everything done and come back to stream also. But on the other hand, other people within our gaming group also suddenly had pop-up little things happening that made the stream just not be able to function. So that is why there was no stream for Monday and Tuesday. And then I ended up having a lot of appointments the rest of that week. So I did not get to finish editing The Sims. So that's why there was no video Friday. Like I said, I was hoping to. But that's why I didn't promise the video. So that is an update for if you didn't see the community post and only watch the VODs. Excuse me. And we're curious why there was no streams last week. That's why. But on that note, make sure you're paying attention to the community tab. If I don't have a stream up when I normally do, I will most likely have something on the community tab letting you guys know what is happening. So, yes. My earrings are all messed up. Okay. Let's see. Make sure YouTube is on the YouTube side. It's working. Oh, actually, let me change that music back to what I had it before. I don't remember what I had before. Let's do that one. Because I was doing some work on my own, and I was I changed the music. Okay. Because I hated the silence. Okay. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling all right. I had to, in all this chaos, my hand therapist left the office and moved on to bigger, better things. And because he left, I had to get given to another therapist, and all of my hand therapists, all his clients who didn't get released and, was improved enough that didn't need therapy, anyone like me who still needed it had to get pushed onto her until they hire someone to replace him, because they couldn't find someone to replace him before he left. And it's been a couple weeks of just trying to fit into her schedule. So I don't like doing therapy on Monday because I like to give my hand a rest from working over the weekend. So I went to hand therapy today, so my hand's kind of sore because of that. So, not my hand, my finger. With everything about, yeah, and as I said before, and this might sound, I've said before privately, but well, actually no, because I replied to a comment from, I forget who, and I had mentioned this in a comment on the community tab. But as much as it might sound weird, it might not sound as weird for other people in the medical field. But I am not upset in the traditional way I feel like people would assume, or even as upset in the same way as my parents are, because I'm just happy that my great aunt is not in pain anymore, and that people listened to her and her wishes and allowed her to be able to pass in dignity and with as many limbs as she still had, because she part of the reason they decided this is she needed another surgery for something else when she had already said no to a previous surgery that would remove the only foot she had left, and she did not want that. So on top of all the other things that she had to deal with and how sick she was. So I am happy for that. Also, the last few conversations I had with her was her telling me that she was tired, and that she was ready to go on hospice, and she just wanted to finish a couple more things before voluntarily going on hospice and stopping taking all her medication, including dialysis, because she was a dialysis patient. So yeah, I'm happy for her. Am I gonna miss her? Yes, she is the woman who taught me how to sew more complex things. She gave me her family sewing machine, which I haven't fixed up to start using. She's the reason I got into knitting originally. So she was like a second, third, maybe fourth. I've been blessed with older women in my family who have been like grandmothers, and she was one of my group of grandmothers who taught me a lot, including how to do certain pies and stuff and baking. So yes, I will miss her, but I'm also very happy for her. And I need to find a picture of her, and I'm gonna put her on my altar that I have 365 days a year. That's like a Dia de los Muertos altar, and invite her, like all my other ancestors, that they're welcome in my home. So I don't feel like I've lost her just in the physical plane. She's always invited through my altar to be with me in my home. So but thank you. Yeah, that's a good thing that they listened and her feelings were hurt. Yes, I have had other family members where family have not listened to original wishes, and no one listened to me while I fought for their original wishes. Hi Esther, hello. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. What? Oh, there we go. I saw it pop up on my phone, but it wasn't popped up on StreamYard just because I had to scroll more. Thank you, both of you. I appreciate it. I appreciate your condolences. And yes, again, like I said, I'm fine. So if anything, it's like helping my parents get through this, sort of. And I'm actually kind of glad my sister has her husband, because she's also notoriously not great with death. So, but I have a very different outlook now than my parents do, and even my sister, even though she's somewhere like in the middle between 1 foot leaving the church and 1 foot in the church, where I have definitely left the church and reached more into the spirituality of my ancestors, or my attempt to, or my version to, and living the customs of like Dia de los Muertos almost all year round very much helps that feeling where I'm like, I'm not really losing them. They're still there. And if they do finally make their final journey where they'll only visit me once a year, then that's great. So, and if not, and they're in the midst of their journey and they can come at any time, my altar is always open for them. So, but what I can't remember where all those stupid buttons are. No, wait. There we go. We have, there we go, that button. I feel like I have to reorganize shit now. So all the changes StreamYard has done. Let's see. Where do I want us to sit? I think we'll sit here. Maybe we'll have fireplace for tonight. There we go. Very light fireplace. Sometimes the fireplace sound is so like aggressive. Okay. I did do, nope, not lighting. I did do some work. Oh, and also, if anybody missed it, before we do anything, StreamYard had a little update because I'm still debating about doing that Discord group for everyone who's Spirit City. But now you can customize the laptops. So they're in wardrobe. There's also some decor. There is we now have 2 more presets you can have. And then there is this like beach background you can have. And then I don't remember if there was if there's any knickknacks that are beachy. I just remember the background. But then the other updates are in the wardrobe. There's, I think, a couple more clothes, possibly. Or was it, is it that there's sandals? Yeah, so there's some new sandals. And then they added more glasses, which I didn't change. And there's now sunglasses. So you can have sunglasses now to like match the beachy vibe if that's what you're going for. And then this is where you can customize things now. So you can pick whatever background you want for your laptop. I just realized that that kind of looks like a Pokeball. But yeah, so you have that. And then this one comes as a blue heart. And I think it's still the black. But I changed it to a different color. And then you can also pick the default book you want when you're reading books. I pick fancy and I change the color. And then also you get to customize your game controller too. So really great. Nice little updates. Oh, and actually, I think there's a new spirit. There is. I forgot. I almost forgot about this. So there is a new spirit, and I think it's like to go with the beachy summer stuff. I almost forgot. Another update. Yeah, this is like their summer update, which would normally be like a big update, but I feel like it was more medium-ish to small, even though we did get a spirit. Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah. Hello, Laura. All the highs. I'm in a debate with yourself. What is the debate, my dear? Is it about reading or going to sleep, or playing a game and going to sleep? Oh, hold on. Somebody text me. Let me check on that real quick. Oh my god, I can't spell. There we go. What is our dilemma here? Okay. Do you like to learn a couple twists before the MC or with the MC? I'm debating on doing 3 POVs for my Poly Dark Academia. One is possessed through... not through, though. One is... words. One is possessed, though, so if I include his POV from the beginning, it will be obvious, but that might be a hook. So I would say you're going to hate this. What I would say is that it depends on the story you want to tell. because not starting with knowing that this POV is possessed, so maybe getting their POV much later, is a different story than us knowing right away that the character is possessed, because we find that we're in their POV much early. So I would say it depends on the story you want this character to have, because it can be two very different stories based off of when we find out this person is possessed and being in their POV. Unless they're like super in control and we have them introduced early and they like almost never slip up, so you can't tell that they're possessed, and maybe you drop like one or two weird things and then later you find out they're possessed and you're like, oh, that was like the possession cracking through. I understand now. That's what I'm thinking of actually doing a chapter by chapter outline before I start drafting this one. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, I do not do things like that. My closest thing to doing something like that is a timeline, or I start writing and then I stop and I'm like, what are the important points that I have to hit, and whose POV do I want that point to be in? That's the closest thing I get to any kind of outline. So, but I will say, I do envy people who can't, especially when you have more than one POV. An outline would help so much. I envy people who can do outline so much, because I see how it makes the story progression much easier. I just can't do that. I just can't. My brain is like, oh, we wrote the book already, even though that's not what happened. And then I never want to look at it. So, it's a pagan god possessing a dead student. Oh, so he's in control, but needing to blend in while doing research. Research. Really? Okay. Okay. Interesting. I that hook right there. Pagan god possesses dead student to blend in so that he can do research on whatever it is. There's your hook. I'd read that. Oh my god. Okay, wait. You said other things and I got stuck on that. Oh, he's found out by the school they'll do an exorcism on him again. He really wants to do this research. I want to know now, how many times has this god been exorcised? Oh my god. What was the point of it? I lost track. Okay, doing chapter outline. Oh yeah, okay, so he's possessed. So what I would say then is, if you want to introduce the POV early with the other POVs, you could have it so that they're an unreliable narrator and we don't know that they are the pagan god, and that they're playing off being like a weird person. And then later we learn that they're the pagan god. if you want to do it that way and still introduce the character early. Because it can be like bad actor acting, because then some people will pick up and be like, oh, this is the possessed one. That's just weird. And other people will be like, I didn't even realize it. But on a second read, they'll be like, oh, this was obvious. I'm dumb, kind of thing. So, but again, I would say that's a different story compared to finding out right away that they are the possessed pagan god, or finding out much later in the story and not introducing them early as a POV. I feel like those are three distinct stories right there. What does Esther say? Because I got hooked up on the other things. Hopefully I'm not too talkative. I'm waiting for Mom to get to bed so I can hunker down and get this book read. Ooh, books. An outline might help you figure out the character art you want. Arc. Character arc you want the character to go. I'm a big proponent to knowing your ending. I do always know my ending. I know how I want to begin most of the time, but I always know how I want the story to end, and probably something in the middle. There's usually like a scene in the middle I want to write. It might not actually be in the middle, but it's like in there somewhere in the middle of the sauce. I just mess. I don't know how I write Hunger's Desire. I know I do know. Bungle saves me. That's how that gets done. When all fails, knowing where you are going helps a lot. I agree with that. Because again, I always know how the story is going to end. Even if I like adjust it a little. Like the novella for Project Blasphemy, the end for the main story ends exactly the same way I had planned originally. The epilogue is what changed. But it doesn't change the main story structure of the book. So he would be exercised by the same priest. Laura. My brain is not probably going the way the story is supposed to go. And I know nothing. I do not read dark academia. But with what you've told me, I am already headcanoning that this pagan god is in love with the priest, still wanting to do whatever this research is, but side quest is like, it is infatuated with the priest. That's why he lets himself get caught and exercised so many times. You're calling me out. He kills the priest off at the end. You know what? I feel like that would be fine. That can be fine. Maybe that's the only way they can be together. I'm probably writing fan fiction in word form of your story, because this is not how it's supposed to go. Oh my god. Forbidden love between the pagan god and the priest. Yes. Through and through romance. Thank you. Bring the first soul into another. Yes. There we go. That's how we supersede Christian guilt. They're no longer in their body. It's fine. A second, Dirk. It's really, yes, that can be book 2. I love that you called me out before the words came out of my mouth. Well, I've been reading Superman fan fiction because I went to go see the new Superman movie with the guys. And I was like, for purely pure reasons, I loved the Superman movie as a DC girly. But the internet has convinced me that Lex and Superman could 100% be a thing. And then I was like, of course I think that. Because I like problematic relationships. The whole Blasphemy universe is problematic relationships in one form or another. Yeah. That's some dark gothic academic shit there. Oh, Lex and Clark Kent. To be fair, the argument that so much of the internet is saying is that technically, so two big things. All of Clark's girlfriends have all had LL in their name, like their initials are LL. And Lex does not go by their given name, which is Alexander. They go by Lex, which makes their initials LL. Second, Lex does create a clone of Superman, of Clark. And in order for the baby to be able to work, Lex adds his own DNA to it. So it's pretty much their child. Lex has a baby with Clark through science. So as I was listening to all these debates, I'm like, this is really very convincing. And this is comic book accurate. Oh, yeah. In a weird, similar vein, the Steve Rogers Bucky thing. Yeah, I could go for that. For sure. I've seen a lot of people ship that. I'm fine with that. But they're not enemies. Super bad. I have been slightly off and on with Superbat. My issue with Superbat is I have always been a shipper of Tim and Connor. So their dads getting together would be problematic. Even though none of this biological, but well, Connor is kind of biological, but Tim is not. And also recently with Damien's introduction into the universe, I am a Damien John shipper. So their fan fiction is amazing. Oh my god. Especially when people write fan fiction of them in the like dark universe, in the Injustice Earth. Closest thing I'm gonna ever get to reading dark romance, and it's probably like baby dark romance, but still. Oh my god. Yep. I read Batman Scarecrow. I don't know. I can see you reading that. But I've always been kind of blah about Scarecrow. Not my most like coveted rogue. For sure. I not in a relationship with Batman, but I like Joker classic, but also I like Mr. Freeze. So Not necessarily the Mr. Freeze from the movie. He was kind of sad. Like, too much of a sad boy. Too easily manipulated for his genius. But Mr. Freeze in other material in the comics I liked better. Yeah. And Poison Ivy. I did like Poison Ivy. So. Oh my, we did it again. Like we're at the 40-minute mark. We have done 0 writing. And I have went on a tangent for something else. Okay. Hello, StreamYard, please. Thank you. What is the spirit? Let's see if we can get the spirit. During my after dinner stretches, I've felt the presence of a curious spirit. Okay, so it's an exercise? Where is the exercise? Is it in the bay window? Yes, it is. The puppy is asleep during the exercises. Okay. There we go. Good puppy. You sleep while I apparently exercise. A timer. Yeah, we'll do 25 like normal. Did I say? I can't remember if I said where I was at, but I got through a chapter and a half last week on my own. So I am now in chapter 20. So for anyone who is reading the book, I at least have 20 chapters, well, 19 chapters written. I need to ask Bungle to read something. So hopefully next month we'll have a publication. Hopefully. But yeah, let's do 20 minutes. I feel weird now that the fire sound is on. Let's turn the fire sound off. When we sit back down after we find the spirit, I'll put it back on. Okay. 25 minutes and 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, wait. I enjoyed Mad Hatter from the animated series of Batman. Yeah. He's like one of the lesser rogues. So I honestly don't know too much about him. Hello, we're back. Nope, that is not the button I wanted. I need to move that up. There we go. I was trying to look up a name of a traditional dance to put in the story. But we had people show up. We had Tang show up. Hello. And Hayden. I hope I'm saying that right. Hello. So, again, I have to remember the voice of my characters in Hunger's Desire because it's been so long. I don't think I wrote anything in Hunger's Desire this year until now. Actually, wait, I think will Windows tell me? I'm glad I'm saying that correctly. I'm very bad with names, so I usually say things incorrectly. I swear the Word now has a thing that tells you. No, not that. I wonder if it's on the home one. Move. Nope. Options. I thought I had a thing where it showed you your versions, like in Google. Let's see. 160 words in those 5-ish minutes. Yay, that's good. Yes, words were written, and that's always the important part. Not how many you got, the fact that you got them. Oh, here we go. View history. I knew there was a thing somewhere. So let's see. Before this month. Oh no, I had written in February. I had written something in March, but I don't think I really wrote anything. I think I had just opened it. Oh, there we go. Okay. That's still not what I wanted. There we go. That's what I wanted. So yeah, it's been a bit, and I need to remember specifically the male character's voice because he is oh so very different from Lucien, and also the novella is sapphic, so I haven't been writing a male POV, and so far of all my characters, Sebastian is the most male of my male characters, because technically Lucien is not male. So I have to remember how Sebastian thinks is also my thing, because they're very oldie. They're an oldie vampire. I have to remember that. I have to think of word choice. Yay, 304 words. I started a little after the sprint started. That's fine. I was messing around for a minute with Google trying to find my Word doc. And then I was looking up the dance. So I definitely did not write for the full 25 minutes. On Google Docs at the top right of the screen for me. Yeah, I know where it is. Excuse me, on Google, but I'm writing in Word, and I knew they have that feature now. I just couldn't remember where it was because I don't look at it very often, but I found it. Thank you. He's very masculine vintage. Yes, he is. Because, he old. Katya is old too, but she is a younger old than Sebastian. Sebastian is old. I think in a conversation I had with Bungle about the story, I said to them how old Sebastian was and Katya was in reference to like when they were born, like year wise in like human history. And my stupid butt never wrote that down. And I can't remember what I said. Besides the fact that I feel like they are about 100 years apart. Like they're perhaps like a century age difference between them. Maybe a century and a half age difference between Katya and Sebastian. With, again, Sebastian being the older of the two of them. So I really wish I had written it down, because I didn't write it down. I've checked my written notes, because this is one of the last stories I had. Like, I did a lot of like world building by hand, and I've now converted all of it digitally. And I didn't write it down anywhere. I'm disappointed with myself. I don't think I could ever switch to Word, too stuck in my ways. Well, that was my problem with Google, is I've always written in Word. And I was trying to write in Google with my Princess and the Warrior story, and the document got so big, it was so hard for it to open at some point. And this was a few years ago, that I just was like, fuck it, I'm going back to Microsoft. So she's a new old, he's an old. Yes, exactly. Yes. Kind of like old rich and new rich. but not kind of, but not. Which makes his POV interesting to read, because he does sound old. Yeah. Interesting. He feels much older than a century or a century and a half compared to her. Well, it's the idea of, even though Sebastian does embrace some new things, like, I think I've published Sebastian's Child. I'm pretty sure. Maya's is non-binary, and Sebastian embraces that and completely believes and understands that, and like it's not an issue. But because Sebastian's not like what we would think old time age, where when we think of like an ancient vampire, we're thinking like Victorian era, or like Renaissance aged vampire. A lot of stories are written with the vampires being in that time frame. And because this is a near future, the old is probably, I don't want to commit this for sure publicly because I don't remember what I said, but I think I remember saying to Bungle that they were maybe like early 1900s when they were born, which still fits with the way Sebastian speaks, but it's not like old ancient like Van Helsing, or not Van Helsing. Van Helsing's a vampire character, like Dracula, where then Katya is closer to like our modern time ish alive, like when she was born. So yeah, maybe a little bit younger too, and him a little bit older, because I don't remember if when me and Bungle were talking, if I had a distinction between Sebastian's human birth and Sebastian's vampire birth. I don't remember if we talked about that difference. Because again, my stupid butt did not write it down, and I should have wrote it down. But I can't remember. I had to divide my Marina draft because it got too big for the Google Docs. Yeah. After a bit, especially if you write something long like fantasy or even some paranormal, I feel like Google does not handle that very well. Contemporary, because contemporary stuff isn't very long, or like mysteries and thrillers, it's fine, and like probably some sci-fis is fine, but like really big, longer stories, Google no like it. Old money 1700s for a trade versus old money Rockefeller. Yep. Yeah. Oh, he's young. Here my answer. No, this is a near future. So this, I don't think I've labeled what century I'm writing in, but like we're in the future far enough to where we have like self-driving cars, light cars, and stuff like that. So I don't remember if I don't remember if I've decided what century the book is written in. For the century that the story is being written in, he is old. For like us right now time, yeah, he's young. But for like the time the book is written, he's old. No, I did not write down what century this is written in. The third book or third serial in the serial series that I had already started and then stopped, that one is in a much farther future. In that future, we have like floating vehicles and replicators. Like that one's much more in the future. So that's like near future, far future-ish. This one, Hunger's Desire, is more near future. So probably what we think old vampire in this world, they would have already died. Yeah. In the century that the book is written in, what we would consider old vampire would be ancient vampire. So she might be writing in like the end of the 2000 millennia, beginning of yeah, like somewhere around there. I just haven't like pinned down a year in this, like a date in this story. I think for the third one, I have an actual date, maybe, but I can't remember because I haven't looked at any of that stuff after I decided that this was going to be a whole series. So yeah, this is a thing where it's like writing sci-fi, but just like future sci-fi versus like sci-fi, like epic space, and throwing in fantasy elements makes time a little wibbly wobbly, I feel like. But I enjoy this. I enjoy throwing mythical beings in the future. I like this. I like this a lot. I love this like science fantasy that I've been playing in, because Project Blasphemy is kind of like science fantasy too. We got people in the future and they're angels and demons and such. So, you know, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun. I'm excited. Yeah. The third book is going to be a thing because that one has 3. Well, the second book also has 3 characters, but the third book, if I keep the storyline the way I vaguely remember it, because again, I haven't opened it in a long time, that one is going to be a whole freaking thing. Because I have like, it's probably going to be the closest thing I write to like a mystery police thingamabob ish. So that storyline is a whole thing and a hot mess, and I kind of love it. But we'll see when I get there. It might change after 2 serial books. We'll see. You thrive in Wibbly. I guess I do. I thrive in the like. I don't want to settle on one genre. But you know what? I don't always like making decisions, so that makes sense. I don't want to write just sci-fi. I don't want to just write fantasy. I'm just like, can I just have both, please? It's like that one year for my birthday, I couldn't decide between Chinese and pizza, and my husband just bought me Chinese and pizza, and I had both because I couldn't decide. You know what? That's fine. I'm slightly classic, like that I'm not bi, I'm asexual, but it's within the bi umbrella, and that whole point of like bisexual people can't make choices. Sometimes I can be a little cliche like that, and I feel like my writing is like that. I'm like, choices? I don't have to just pick a genre. What are you talking about? I just live in my own genre that only a few little bit of people also write in, or at least claim to write in. Pizza sounds good. Yeah, you're living Diana Montana life. Yes, yes, yeah. Though in saying that, the very slow going serial that's gonna be under Dolores, is the Dolores pen name, is much closer to like a pure alien sci-fi, just no humans. So, but that's still in the like thinking stages, so it could change. It could change, and I could randomly throw magic in there. So, because I did that with The Princess and the Warrior. It started off as a fantasy, and then suddenly I had flying vehicles, and it became a science fantasy. at the end. And I was like, if I ever go back to edit this, I'm going to have to fix some things to make this transition make better sense. So, yeah. Closer to your folks, but yeah. Yeah. I still vaguely remember that storyline. Yes. I still love that book. I still love The Princess and the Warrior. One day I will go back and read it and see if my fantasy of that book is heart garbage, or if it's actually good and I just have to fix the middle like I know I have to. So we'll see. One day I will go back to my baby. It just sits on the shelf right now. And I go up and like look at it and I'm like, I love you. And I have to go back and do other work. Embrace the science fantasy. Yes. Yeah. For as much as I love Star Trek, I realize my brain or my writing really reflects more like Star Wars. Even though of the two, my sister was more of the Star Wars fan and I was more of the Star Trek fan. But I love both. She only liked Star Wars. She does not like Star Trek necessarily. But yes. It just occurred to me I have Panda Express leftovers, so I'll be right back. Enjoy! Run! Panda Express leftovers. I did eat Chinese food. I had made some really generic, cheap stir fry with rice and noodles for the week. So I had that. But yeah, I almost, in plotting this new serial for Under Dolores, I almost was like, is this gonna also be a science fantasy like paranormal thing? Because my characters / aliens are hybrids, sort of. They're canine hybrids. So my main planet, or not my main planet, one of my planets is a planet filled with coyote and wolf like hybrids or shifters. I haven't decided on what term I want to use. And then the moon that orbits that planet is jackals. And then we have a neighboring planet that is foxes. And it's an intersolar, because it's not galactic, because it doesn't take place like in another galaxy, but like an intersolar system political thingamabob. But my characters are going to literally be like they have like so if anyone's seen Inuyasha, like Koga and Inuyasha, where they like have ears, tail, like they're gonna be like that. That's what my characters are gonna look like. Which is why at first I was like, is this gonna be? And then I'm like, no, this is a whole other planet. This doesn't take place on Earth. It's just alien romance without humans. So I had plain old pasta. I don't know what I'm gonna make for this week. I have to decide. I have to decide by Wednesday when we go shopping. Most likely, LOL, you just can't help yourself. I have the plot down. Like, I know what the political plot is going to be. And I know the romance arc I'm going to take with my 3 characters. Because this is becoming a trend of me just writing poly relationships. But the worlds themselves, I haven't solidified like society or anything like that, besides like both planet is ruled by like a king and a queen, like ruling family. So, and that they had a centuries old war and there's bad blood between the kings. Basic like fantasy shit, but in space, which is pretty on par for like a lot of sci-fis. I mean, Vulcans were elves, but in space. So I have to decide. I still have to think about it. I had a baked potato with cannabis butter, so I'm feeling good. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Oh, jackal shifters love that. Yeah. Oh, they're not furries. But I can see people going there. It's definitely my play at a little bit of space, a little bit of fantasy with paranormal with like shifters or hybrids. I haven't decided on terminology, and a little bit of like shifter rules in the sense of like mates, but not Omegaverse. I'm not doing Omegaverse, but like I haven't decided if I want to keep like wolf roles of like alphas and omegas because I have a king and queen. I haven't decided that. This is really just me playing in this big pool of things and deciding what I want in this galaxy that's far, far away. It has nothing to do with us on Earth. It's its own thing. And this is not an erotica. Because it's under the Dolores name, there will be spice and it will be nice. But it is not an erotica. There will not be some sexual journey going on. The sex probably will not, there won't be as many sex scenes, and it will probably not be as detailed as my sex scenes are for my erotic works. But yes, I just really need to settle on things so I can start writing. Well, not start writing. Well, I start writing like the first probably couple chapters, and then I'll be able to settle on stuff because I can't ever settle fully until I start writing. I had to say it. I mean, that's fair. Like I said, back with food. Yay. Man, I want to and don't want to do Omegaverse. I would be, if I was a fan fiction writer, which I'm not, but I am an avid fan fiction reader. If I wrote fan fiction, I would probably write Omegaverse. But like personally under my names in like book format, I would be absolutely terrified to write Omegaverse because some people out there like are horrible, like gatekeeping so much with like Omegaverse and how it's not viewed, like how within the universe, like the people who like Omegaverse, like how they view the works and like how like their opinions on how you portray things and how you choose to do things. And even though there's so much gray in Omegaverse, which makes it fun for fan fiction, writing it in like a proper in a proper noveled book, so scary. On that though, I want to read Andrea Hereda's Omegaverse, Sapphic Omegaverse. I want to read that. I just haven't. Because I'm in a reading slump and I haven't really read anything. I am still a pseudo fanfiction writer. I ran away from Omegaverse there because I hate MPreg and I write BL fanfic. Yeah, that's fair. I don't mind MPreg. Yeah. Just don't think about it too hard. Just, baby just appears and it's fine. that's the MPregs that I read. That's usually how it happens. It's kind of like labor and then next sentence, baby is there. Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. Some of the like Omegaverse hentai too is like that too. It's just, you just don't ask questions. You're just suddenly baby and it's fine. It's fine. I may or may not do Omegaverse with Christina Story. Ooh. You know, as a serial, I wonder if that would be an interesting cheat. In the sense of Omegaverse does well in fan fiction spaces, even though there is still a lot of that gatekeeping and people are assholes. But it's usually like a safer place to write. And then, like I said, novel wise, or even like novella, just like physical written word, or what we would consider like traditional literature, is scarier. But maybe in a serial would be somewhere like in between, so you can still make money off of it, which you can't do for fan fiction, and it can still be your own thing, which is why you can make money on it. But it's not like traditional literature, so the likelihood of people, the type of people who will most likely read it are people who are definitely looking for it versus people who want to just comment and be buttholes. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm making sense. I can't, like, where is the I mean, technically, so me having taken anatomy for nursing school, technically there is space within the male body for a womb still. There is, technically, because the biggest difference between like a female pelvis and a male pelvis is that a female's pelvis is like wider. There's more of a dipped curve to give room for the expansion of the uterus. So if like an Omegaverse world were to work, then ideally someone who is an Omega, who is male, who can get pregnant, would probably have the same bone structure as a female, where there's just a little bit more dip to allow for an expansion of a uterus, because a uterus could be placed right behind the bladder, like in a female, and above the intestines. It could still work. Now, how to get there, we don't need to talk about it exactly how to get into the uterus or for the sperm. But I do have ideas for that too, and how it could possibly work with like one-way valves and stuff. But that's me being too geeky sciencey. Yeah. I just can't with the poor logistics. Also, most MPregs are just an excuse not to write hetero couples. I feel very strangely about MPreg. Fair. Yeah, but some of these men are popping 5 cubs. Women with space get all their women with space get all their organs smooshed together. Yeah, and I'm saying the men would have the exact same issue. That, and I mean, that's what I mean by that. If we were to be able to, like, if an omega were to be born like a female, just happened to have male anatomy, they'd have the same issues. And at least the MPregs that I've read, they tend to have that same thing where they have nausea, which nausea is partially hormonal imbalance, and also partially because as the baby and the placenta grow, it pushes up on your stomach, which makes your stomach smaller. So your stomach doesn't have as much room for food. So people tend to throw up. And if the uterus is in the same spot, not that this has ever been in a story that I read, but they would also have constipation issues like female pregnant people. So the only thing that I find interesting with MPreg that people don't take advantage of more often is that technically like even a normal male, like in our world, can technically lactate, and there are not a lot of Omegaverse stories where or at least that I've read, that the male Omega breastfeeds. And if anything, that is the most not fantastical thing about Omegaverse, or could be, because men have the same glands in their chest to produce milk like women do. It's just that they're off. They don't have the right hormone. They don't have the right amount of hormones to produce milk. So whoever is listening is probably thinking, what these we're not talking about. There are 5 people listening at least. And I get at least like 8 to 10 views of the VOD afterwards. So VOD people are going to be like either interesting or fast forward. Oh yeah, magic room, but not magic picks. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Because there have been in history, like scientifically, there has been proven that men can lactate. So, and a lot of the times those men have like hormonal imbalances, which is why they were able to lactate. So, yep. But yeah, as a sciencey person, I could see how a male omega could work. There's still some grossness about it if you think a little bit too hard. But yeah. Well, let's just yeah, let's horrible segue. Horrible segue. It's not a horrible segue. We have had our not procrastination. I can't think of the word. Distraction. There we go. Oh, but we did find the spirit. Hold on. Let's check out spirit real quick. And then we will sprint. And I can have her sit back down and stop doing stretches. Oh, it's a noodle cat. Oh, I got a Steam thingy for the noodle cat. Let's see. What does it say? A cat udon. Yes. This spirit's likeness is plastered across billboards and advertising. One of the first spirits discovered. Oh, okay. Katsunudon. Popularity can be seen on everything from toys to t-shirts and has even been adopted as the mascot for an instant ramen brand, of course. They are quite shy, choosing to hide beneath a ramen bowl, their favorite treat. Excuse me. Our only clue to the true appearance lies in the noodle-like appendages peeking out from beneath their bowl. Some katsudons have thick udon-like strands, while others have thin, wavy ones. So like traditional ramen noodles. That is cute. We must, nope, that's the wrong one. We must look at it in detail real quick. Where are you at? Here you are. Oops. Oh, it's cute. What options do we have? Fiery. Oh, it's an orange cat. I was like, what is this cat? It's cute. Oh, it has the little spiral. What is it? I forgot. I should remember because it's that's because I have the special. It's from that anime and I don't remember. The fish cake, yeah, but it's I forget what the anime is called that has a spiral thing. It's cute. Oh, it's kept it. Oh, yeah, because I have that one. Hold on. Let us get our demon dog back. There we go. Though technically, this one kind of looks like a demon cat a little bit. It's probably like one of those spicy ramens. Where's my demon dog? There we go. Naruto. There we go. Yes, that's what I was thinking of. That's what me and my sister call it. The fish cake. At least that's what we called it in Hawaii. I think it is like a fish cake. I think. Question mark. Let's go back to sitting by the fireplace and I can turn the fireplace back on. That's not what I wanted. Okay. And time. 25 minutes. And hair is weird. And 1, 2, 3, go. All right, all done. I hope everyone got all done. I'm still in a loop of trying to pick a dance, even though it, well, I don't know. I don't know how prominent it will be in this chapter. I just feel like I need to pick a dance. And I'm trying to decide. I'm literally just YouTubing dance style right now and being like, is this the vibe I want? Ugh. I could just be generic and have them just waltz and be done with it. But I'm trying to throw Latina vibes in the story every so often. Not heavy, but there. And I feel compelled to pick a Latina type dance. But this is also a gala. We're traditionally dancing is not a gala, but we're dancing at my gala. So, and we're not going to eat. So according to Google, galas usually have like a banquet of some sort and then like a charity auction and just like music playing. So instead of food, like banquet eating, sit down eating, we're having dancing. And I think I'm going to have kind of like charity thing, but it's going to be like a tiny bit of, like it's going to be a small thing, not a big thing. But, oh wait, hold on. Oh, hold on. I went backwards in your comments. 407 words, that's good. As I've gotten 0. Latina people are foodie people. That's true. There's going to be food later. Trust. Also, remember, Sebastian does not eat. Not really. And Katia can only consume so much human food. And even though she's cosplaying as human right now, I don't want to make her sick. We need our food, yeah. that has been an interesting thing, is adding food, because food is very important in a lot of Latina communities, and having my Latina character be a Latino vampire who cannot consume human food, or at least doesn't handle it well. That date that I know I've published already, where he's having soup and him talking about the range of how soup is in Latina communities and what he prefers and how much something fills him, was quite interesting. Liked that. Where Katya's, her human form is brown skinned, but she's not human, so she doesn't have a race. If anything, her race is demon. So maybe appetizers with alcohol. Yeah, I mean, there's food, like there's waiters walking around. There's human and some supernatural waiters and waitresses, like wait staff walking around with like food and drink. We already had an instance with wine and some new characters popping in, because I don't want to spoil things for you, Esther. That was an issue, but I've had that. It's just, according to Google, you literally have like a sit down banquet at a gala, and I'm not having that. So we will have a banquet in the future, I think. Do I still have that on my like calendar list of days? Yes. We will be having a banquet where Sebastian will have to eat something. I haven't decided what, because I don't plan shit ahead of time. So yes, actually, I have 2 banquets on my calendar party thing set up. So where am I at? StreamYard. Yes. So there's food, but also there's our character is a Latino vampire, and there are other Latina people going to be popping up in this book, the story, but not everybody is. So, there's some white black people floating around, other people. So maybe it's more like a function than a gala. I like the word gala because it sounds fancy, and these are fancy people, because I'm just writing about rich paranormal creature instead of just rich humans, like what you find in a lot of like historicals. I'm writing rich fantasy creatures, because who wants to deal with like money and being poor? Deal with that. I deal with money problems on a daily basis. I don't want to write about money problems. I don't want to write that. There are other people that write that very well. I don't want to deal with it. So, rich vampires, succubuses, werewolves, shifters, elves, everyone who doesn't have to worry about money. I don't want to deal with that. No. I mean, even in Project Blasphemy, the Jesus character, or the second coming of Jesus, their family is also well off. Which has so many layers to it. But in general, part of that was because I didn't want to have to deal with like money consequences. The closest thing to money consequences I deal with is in the novella, and it's more of like a passing comment, but it's gone in like 2 seconds because it's not pertinent to the rest of the novella. So yeah, no, I don't want to deal with regular people problems in my writing. Even the like sci-fi new serial thing, also I'm dealing with people who have money. And then the next erotica series after Project Blasphemy also has to deal with like royalty and rich people. I just don't want to deal with like my everyday things in my writing. Thank you very much. Other people are made to write that, not me. I don't want to live in those worlds. I would have to live with it. Oh, that's a good one. Function, yeah. Has fun built into it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I have planned for their Yule festivities, which is not how the everyday person celebrates Yule, but we have this gala, we have a banquet, and then we have to appease the humans. So we have a Christmas party for the staff. And then I have another day where I'm not sure if I want a gala or like a picnic, like a nighttime picnic, or if I want a like cocktail event. I haven't decided. That one's still up in the air. And then we have a ball, because got to throw a ball in there. Another banquet, and then another ball. And that ends our Yule festivities. So you get a sneak peek, Esther, on like all the events. There is a break day in there where we will not be going to some party. So, but yeah, I felt like a gala. I liked the name of a gala, especially for our first event. And then when I found out that gala is usually like for charity events, I was like, oh, we can do that. I can do that, especially because Yule Fest is about celebrating Mother Earth, Gaia, Mother Nature, however you choose to phrase her, and celebrate, like thanking her and being with her as like she rests. And there's a lot of like being out in nature and stuff like that. So I could be like, oh, this is a fundraiser for some nature thing, because us humans still are kind of fucking up the world. The supernatural creatures have not taken over to save the world. We live in that world by book 3. Book 1, we have not gotten to that point. Humans are still very much in control and fucking shit up. So, but most humans are aware of supernatural creatures in Hunger's Desire. Funding the little ghouls finishing school. You know what? There's probably something out there in my world. Why not? Maybe not ghouls, because ghouls are like spirit, but something. It's probably some kind of supernatural finishing school. We could. But I think I named what the fundraiser was for. Hold on, let me go back. Let me see. Now I'm curious. What did I come up with? Because I don't remember. That was sometime last week that I wrote that. I'm curious. What is it? No, I didn't give it an actual definition. I don't think. Opening gala. Nope, I did not. I did not say what it was for besides nature. So, ghouls feast upon dead bodies. I thought ghouls were like solid ghosts. Hold on, I must look this up now. Let's look this up. Ghouls. In folklore, a ghoul is a demon-like being or monstrous humanoid, often associated with graveyards and the consumption of human flesh. Oh, okay. I don't know what I was thinking then. Apparently, I just made up something in my head. Yep. Nope. I don't know what I was thinking of. It was not that. At least in Tokyo Ghoul, they eat people very much alive. Maybe you saw Ghoul and thought ghost. No, because I thought ghouls were like in between ghost and zombie, but they were still like not fully solid. According to Google, they're more like zombies, but not apparently. So, similar enough spelling to get confused. That is true. It is close enough for my dyslexia to be like, oh, but no. I just apparently made up a creature and associated it with that. Yes. I don't know. I apparently just made up a whole creature in my head. Who knows? Maybe now I'll make something out of that. I apparently made up my own thing. I will maybe name it something different. Throw it in some book. A being that's like, I guess technically then between like ghoul and ghost. I don't need to make up new things. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. I don't need to do that. No. Nope. I wonder if JC is back from eating food. I have not heard a peep from her. She usually at least says when she's back. Oh, there she is. There she is. She was just super lurking. I forgot. Part of the reason why I was asking if JC was here is because I came up with names. Maybe it's because a lot of Halloween decorations put ghouls and ghosts together. Maybe. That's a realistic explanation. I came up with names, finally, for Project Blasphemy. I already asked Bungle's opinion. I wanted your guys' opinion, especially JC's, because JC has heard me rant and ramble about the book Project Blasphemy and that whole universe of books the most. So she's deep in her work and deep watching something. I'm not having the best day mental health wise, so I'm just feeling quiet today. That's fair. Namesake, yes. So what I decided for a series name for the novella and the book 1 and the book 2. Originally, I was thinking, and only Bungle knew this, but I was thinking Celestial Love. But I've changed it now to Celestial Desire. That will be like the series name. Then I think I know which one I want to pick, but I'm stuck between Either version 1 of these names would be, the novella would be Celestial Fortitude, book 1 would be Celestial Peace, and book 2 would be Celestial Joy. Or alternatively, version 2 would be, the novella would be Blasphemous Fortitude, book 1 would be Blasphemous Peace, and book 2 would be Blasphemous Joy. So those were my things. Excuse me. And I went and I deep dived into my Christian theology stuff to pull out these names. I had time at work on one of my days of work, and my brain was just sitting in the Project Blasphemy universe, and I just started looking up shit and confirming things in my head, and came up with it. Oh, I like that. Yes, I like the series name. I like Celestial Fortitude. I like that one a lot, actually. Okay, so what I'm thinking, because again, I'm wanting opinions, and I get, and I do get the final say technically, but I just putting feelers out, and both give very different vibes. Yes. So the reason why, so I'm thinking of going for the second version, the blasphemous one, because of meaning and intention. So you do get the final say. Yeah. So changing the series name to Celestial Desire instead of Celestial Love changes that, sort of, because you can read it in two different ways. You can have like the cardinal desire of sex, because it is an erotica, but also desire can be just like a desire for love. So I was like, a play on words there. And then celestial being are, celestial beings / space, but celestial beings. The fortitude, peace, and joy that I picked, fortitude. So my original title names, but I didn't like the way they flowed, was at first freedom, forgiveness, and joy. But then I was like, well, I can just go FFF, and I found felicity, but I was like, that's too fancy and I don't like it. So then I was like, isn't joy a fruit of the Holy Spirit? And I think this is more of a Catholic thing, but I was like, I looked it up and I was right. So then I went down the rabbit hole of gifts of the Holy Spirit and fruits of the Holy Spirit and virtues and all that jazz. And the closest thing to freedom is the gift of fortitude, which is kind of like having courage. And I feel like it goes along very well with the novella and the characters and that story. And then book 1 would have been forgiveness. And the closest thing I could find that kind of fit that vibe was peace, which is a fruit of the Holy Spirit, which is like salvation and security. And I was like, that kind of goes, especially salvation goes with that vibe of forgiveness. And then joy is just a fruit of the Spirit in and of itself. So my thought was to go with the blasphemous fortitude, blasphemous blasphemous peace and blasphemous joy, because just like celestial desire, they're contrary of each other in a way, because you wouldn't automatically think that fortitude, peace, and joy could be blasphemous, but per the characters in the story, they kind of are, even though they embrace the actual gifts way more than they should because of who the characters are. That was what I was thinking. But if I go with Celestial, it all kind of matches. The title of the series and then all the books still go together. What did Esther say? Also, the dichotomy. I can say this word. Dichotomy. Nope, I did not say it correctly. I know what you mean, though. Of blasphemy against fortitude, peace, joy. Yes. Yeah. So you were going there, and I just didn't read your comment. Yes, exactly. I like the double, triple meanings of the titles as someone who likes symbology so much, and also their dichotomy. Yes, I meant to hit JC's first. Dichotomy. Yes, that's how you say it. I like that. I also have, because especially in book 1, I do have a lot of like random little things that I throw in that are easily, if you don't know religion, could go over your head, but if you know religion and symbology, you're like, oh, ha, 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 ha. So I feel like the titles are like that too. Because I didn't like the like doing freedom, forgiveness, and joy, because I'm like, I can't just have not a third F there. Like, that ruins the flow. And I didn't like Felicity because it sounded too foo fancy. So if you go the celestial route, your covers need to aid you with letting people know this is not a space opera or epic sci-fi, because celestial gives off space story, like we are out in the void of the big. Yes, I know, and me and Dee will brainstorm about that, but what I am thinking is having something with, yes, like a space-ish background, because it is, especially book 1 takes place on the moon, and book 3 does take place mostly on a spaceship in space. It's just book 1 that predominantly takes place on Earth in the future. I do want to have some kind of starry-ishness in the background, but I'm wanting to put either like a silhouette of an angel to let you know that celestial means not just space, but also a celestial being. Or like feathers of some kind. So I have to talk to Dee about it because she's making the covers, and what her professional opinion will be. So the only problem with that would be the novella, because neither main character is an angel or a fallen angel. So I wouldn't know how I'd work through that, but I'm sure that Dee would find a way to fix that, because she's amazing and the professional. So when we talk about stuff, I'm sure she'll come up with something. Feathers with stars would be a nice touch. Oh, that would be interesting too. Yeah, because I don't really want to have like actual people on the cover, because I know it's very common in especially like contemporaries, but in a lot of other romances too, like sci-fi romance, you have like the alien on the cover. I don't always like people on covers, but I like a hint of people, like a silhouette. I love silhouette work because you can play with it so much. So I wouldn't mind having like a silhouette of an angel on the cover, especially because like in book 3 we have our fallen angel, who is not a demon, because in my world fallen angels and demons are different, even though they both reside in hell. A fallen angel and a human, so that cover could be interesting in the play work. Not that I finished writing that book yet. That's a later me problem. That's probably a next year problem, actually. But yeah, but having the feathers with stars, that would be interesting, because then I could maybe have like a larger silhouette and then the stars in the wings. Yeah, something. We'll see. Again, I'm going to give Dee my ideas, and then she can take the scraps of my ideas and make something beautiful, I'm sure. Because I personally hate the cover I have for Hunger's Desire. But with my limited skill and not being able to get what I actually wanted for the cover, that was the next best thing. So, yeah. Because the moment I am able to, probably when I finish it and I make it into a book, it is getting a different cover. Because, I mean, I don't know how you feel, Esther, about the cover of the serial, but I hate it. I shouldn't say I hate it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah. But your point of this was the exact same point that Bungle pointed out when I came up with the series title of Celestial Love, like last month. So yeah, same thought. So that's good. That reinforces the fact that I definitely need to have some either like feathers or an angel on the cover or something, so that I do not misrepresent the book. Because even though the third book takes place on a spaceship, broken spaceship, in space, it is definitely not like this epic sci-fi. No. Nope. They're just 3 beings that are extremely horny on a spaceship. They have emotional problems. And there's a surprise baby. Surprise pregnancy, not baby. Surprise pregnancy. So, yeah. That's a third book. I had to look up the cover because I couldn't remember. See, that proves how bad it is. You couldn't even remember. That proves how bad it is. It's a bad cover. I hate it. I shouldn't say hate. I dislike. But I don't know if I actually hate the cover. I feel like the cover could go to a whole other book. But it's hard when my succubus doesn't look exactly how a lot of people depict succubi. So that made making a cover difficult. Also, per my rant, when I first started trying to make covers, there is not enough art or not enough model pictures of colored vampires. There's not. And if there is, they're all black men. And I'm like, great for you, but I need me a brown man, please and thank you. So instead, we went grayscale. Slightly. I would probably go with like a chalice or a cup with overflowing red drink. Oh, but a lot of erotica has people, and that's where I was. Hunger's Desire was very much trying to fit, at least like book cover wise. I was really trying to copy trends for my advertising for like Instagram stuff. Not that I'm advertising anymore, because I'm not putting out updates as fast. But that might be fun. That might be fun. Maybe I'll change up the title this winter, because I like to like try and post a lot during winter, being that technically this is like a holiday story. It's just taking a long time to write it, but technically it is a holiday story. So I might, you know what? I'm gonna take a picture of your comment. That way, when I'm looking through my pictures, I can be like, what is this? Oh, yeah, I remember this conversation. Girl, I feel a pain. Right. There's just not. This is where I would actually love to write a Latine, traditionally pubbed paranormal, and swallow my hatred for people on the cover and make the publisher hire brown people models, Latine models, for the pictures, so that there could be something out there. Because I'm sure there has to be a group of models that would love to even do stock footage modeling of fantasy characters like vampires and such. They're out there. Just people aren't taking their pictures and putting them for stock footage. They're just, people aren't doing it. I'm not gonna get it. I'm gonna stop on that rant. I'm gonna stop on that rant. Stop. Oh, that's a totally erotic image. It is. I agree with you, Tang. It's just that, what was it, last year, 2 years ago, when I first put the story out, there was a lot of people on covers. And again, I was trying to like copy trends. The like inanimate objects is coming back, I noticed, on some of the like the big popular erotic romance and erotic fantasy specifically. So yeah, I could get away with changing the cover. If you have a silhouette of a female lady with the cup in the middle, that's a very erotic image. That's interesting. The problem is I don't know if I'd want the liquid to be colored, and it could be ambiguous and still be erotic, because I could see how the cup could, okay, YouTube, don't get mad at me, but I could see where the cup could be blood for Sebastian, vampire, but the cup could also be how do I say it? This is a safer word. Semen for Katia, my succubus. And that was the again, that's the other thing. Trying to represent her, like it's really easy to represent the vampire, but to represent a succubi is so hard. It's so difficult. There is item covers as much as there are people covers. I know. I feel like everything I was looking at had people on it. And I was like, I feel like I need to have a person on this cover. You would have the cup being colored and everything else grayscaled. Oh. That is a possibility. Like a bronze cup or a gold cup or something. Or, nope, I assumed that word. Like a bronze cup or a gold cup and everything grayscale. I could see that working. Yeah. These are thoughts. Perhaps I will put up a new cover for the winter. This is a thought. Let's sprint. We have thoroughly been distracted. I still need to pick a dance. I haven't written a word because I'm stuck on this. And I won't be able to write anything until I have picked something. I think I have. I just need to listen or watch some people dance to decide if this is what I want. So thoughts for you to think later. Exactly. Sprint. Yeah, sprint. Here we go. Change banners. All right, another 25 minutes. And 1, 2, 3, go. All right. I picked a dance. It's a common dance, but you can do it slowly. It's a slow dance. It can be danced slow. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? Because so many Latine dances are fast, which I love, but doesn't work for what I'm trying to do. And I don't want to do the tango. No. It's too cliche. And also, I don't feel like they're ready for that kind of connection just yet. So, let's see. Born it in 92 words and finally finished a chapter. Yay! I like how it ended. Good job. Feeling good about a chapter is always great. Sneaking back sneaking back over before I sleep. Well, I hope you have a good sleep, Laura. I won't tell. Yay, finished chapter 7. Yes. Yes, you make sense. Tango is the wall. A little cliche, but also a little classic. Yes. I just feel like the tango is very like romantic, sexually charged. And if I did have them dance that, I want to tap into the romantic element of the dance versus the sexual element of the dance. So they're not ready for it yet. Sebastian might be ready for it. Katia's not ready for it yet. She still needs to go up her romance arc a little bit more. Yeah. But I picked something else. So, because I did look up, because I wasn't sure, like Mexican waltzes, and they're danced very similar to like European waltzes. It's just that the music is slightly different. It sounds closer, like the instruments they use, it sounds closer to like a lot of like what you would find here, versus like classic piano and strings. So, and I was like, okay, not that boring. I want something a little bit more sensual than classic ballroom dancing. So, I mean, any dance that has a lot of close body content can heighten both. Yes. And that's kind of like what I was trying to figure out. Because I also, again, had to fit it in to the environment that they're at. These are all like high class people. We're not at a club or a fiesta in the backyard. So these are high class people. I had to choose something that could be reasonably done in a high class area. So I feel like what I picked could be riding the line, but I could still see it done at like a gala ball kind of thing. A little bit wild. I also decided to drop in lore into my world building. So through this like what, almost hour of me trying to pick a song or a dance. So came out with lore and a dance for literally this one scene. So, or I guess two. But we're only dancing one. Well, what about a minute? I don't know what that is. I'm curious. Let's see. I'm gonna look it up. Oh wait, I looked it up on YouTube, not Google. MINUET. Okay, maybe I do have to go back to Google. I'll just lower the volume so I don't get in trouble. Let's look at a short. That'll be quicker. Yeah, this is similar to like what the internet said, or like Mexican waltzes, because I looked up like Spanish waltzes, Mexican waltzes, and it gave me songs that are tied to some waltzes, and I looked up those songs and found people dancing, and yeah, they dance very similar to like a European centric dance. So I just didn't want something that's slow, because yes, it's fast-ish paced, but it's still very like stuffy. I remember the dance from the Mask of Zorro. So yes, if I had not been so repressed per religion, I feel like Mask of Zorro should have been my like fucking eye opener so much to the fact that I was not straight. Because they both look so amazing in the dance, and the fight scene in the barn. Oh my god. Yes. One of my favorite movies. Very European dance. Yeah, it is. So, well, I guess I could just say what I picked, because it doesn't matter unless you don't want to know, Esther. Antonio Banderas, yes, as Zorro. Even in the mom isn't as hot as Elena in The Mask of Zorro, but even in the Spy Kids movie, Antonio is, oh my god, yes, love him so much. Even his dorky self in Red, funny, hot, everything. Spoiler. Okay, so the dance I'm going to have them do, like actually dance, is the salsa, but the one of the videos I was looking at that was showing slow salsa called it romantica salsa. So yeah, we're just gonna do that, because I feel like that's riding the line enough that I could see it done in a fancy place like that, especially if it's slower, and it's still sensual. So, but it's not like tango, like sex charged sensual, or like merengue, which is like fast sensual, like fast sexy, not sensual. Also sensual, but just sexy. He and Catherine Zeta-Jones had great chemistry. Yes, they did. I always thought that I looked it up much later, and I always thought that she was a Latina, but she's not. She's Italian. So still brown skin rep, but not of the Latina vibe. Antonio Banderas. Yes, Daddy. Yes. Agreed. Ooh, ballroom salsa. Yes. I see it, and like not ballroom competition. Yeah, when I was looking up videos, there were so many competition videos that I'm just like, no, this is not what I want, because you're being extra dramatic when you're doing competitions. I was trying to find like normal people playing, or like people who are teaching but also end up dancing, because some like teaching videos only show you steps and they're very slow, and I'm like, I want a genuine person dancing this, please show me. I finally did find a video that showed me the regular one and then the slow version, and I was like, okay, I can do this. Salsa is very versatile. Yeah. I just didn't think of it as that slow, like that it could be considered like nice slow. And when I was watching the video that I made me decide yes, excuse me, I was like, oh, I can see this. I can see this. So it's like medium-ish. He makes a great pie. Yeah. Yes. For sure. So yeah, that's what I picked for that. And I guess because you're fine with spoilers, the lore that I dropped, which may come later in fruition, is that I wrote in my document, so I won't forget, is that actually Sebastian loves dancing, but it's a very personal thing. Sebastian, for the looks, will do waltzes when he has to go to events, being that he doesn't like to go to events, which is why Mia tends to go. And why this season is a big deal, because Mia's taking a break and he's going to all the events for the holiday. But at home with the staff and family, mostly Mia, he will dance, and it's fine and it's freeing. And he's danced the like sensual dances with past hosts that have died, ones that he's gotten very close with. So I may make it into a very big thing now that I've taken so much time to look up a fucking dance. And then the fact that we do have we're gonna have, I think, 2 balls, I said, for the holidays. So dancing will come back. And then I also wrote down for Katia that, per her higher upbringing, especially on the East Coast, she does know how to do waltzes, because she had to go to a lot of events and things. And then she did learn the tango right before her thirst became uncontrollable, like pseudo puberty ish thing, hazy world building there. And when in her running away, when she lived in an area that would be kind of like the Texas-ish area, being that I don't name states, but in the like Texas-ish area, she learned like cumbias and merengue, and like, so she knows some of the, like, for lack of a better word, like the cultural dances, especially because, you know, when you're trying to attract hosts in like a Southwest area and you're going to the clubs, that is one of the best ways to attract men. So she did. I call it salsa de marquesino. Wait, marquesino? No, there's an A at the end. Marquesina. Like, you could dance so close you both fit in one tile. Oh. That sounds like bachata almost, but bachata is fast. I want to see if this is the same thing. I'm curious. Q U E S. All right, and A. Oh, this is not a couple. This is just girls dancing. Oh, that's Cuban salsa. Interesting. Not the same steps as bachata. Like, is the same salsa steps. You just keep close body contact, very intimate, and can be very seductive. Oh, okay. I don't know if there are videos using that name. The Google or YouTube seemed to be very confused. It wasn't even giving me food recipes, like for salsa. So that was YouTube didn't know what the fuck I was asking. But I think I'm gonna. Well, I already started before the thing went off. I'm gonna mention the like Mexican waltz, but they're not gonna do it. But because the vibe will be like, oh, we've moved into music of the area, local type of music. There you go. They'll for plot reasons, they will start playing the salsa, and Sebastian will just decide that they're gonna go out, which will surprise everybody at the gala, especially the ex that's there. Per the last stream when I talked about her, I already very much hate her. I introduced her into the story and then decided to do a whole lore drop in my world building document, and I succeeded in now hating this woman. She's horrible. And I love it. I'm going to love taking her down. Even if it's in my mind. I don't know if I'm actually going to do that on screen, but I already hate this female vampire, and I'm ready for Katya to assert her dominance of like, Sebastian is mine. Fuck you. That won't be for a very long time, but I'm excited for it because I hate this person so much. Check YouTube real quick. Okay. Let's do another sprint. All right. 25 minutes and 1, 2, 3. Go. All right. Oops. Oh, I just realized I didn't change my banner. I am sorry, guys. 355 words, yay! And you'll be going to bed. Thank you, friend, for coming and giving opinions and talking to me and everything. I appreciate it. I'm talking about fan fiction. I hope you have a good sleep. Yes, all the good night. So I started writing. I still haven't gotten to the dance for all the looking up I did, because then I realized I started writing a sentence and I was like, if I want to do what I want to do, I need to check to see if Katya has spoken in Spanish before in front of Sebastian. So now I'm reading back my text that I have to see if I've done this, because I can't remember. This, I agree with Esther. This is the bad thing about a serial, is that you take so long to write it, you can't always remember the beginning or what you've done. And I'm trying so hard to not have too many like plot holes in this story by changing things. Like, I don't want to say something and then earlier in the text it be contraindicated, like I said something else, and it makes me need to look up shit sometimes, and I'm just, why me? Why did I do this to myself? Oh, things are stuttering. Okay. I do need to. I need to write something down before I forget it. I'll put it here. I think I spelled that wrong. Yes, here we go. I did spell it wrong. There we go. Okay. Words, things. All right. I feel really bad. Like, I wanted to get a lot written today, and I don't think I'm gonna get this chapter done today. Because it's already 11. I mean, I don't need to go anywhere early tomorrow. I don't have a doctor's appointment. A gasp. I say that because I've had so many doctor's appointments. I do need to make appointments tomorrow. I need to make doctor's appointments tomorrow. But I don't have any. I did promise my husband that I would take him to the store and get him a new phone. I do have that, but that's in the afternoon because he's also not going to wake up early for that. So I do have that, but I don't have anything that I have to wake up for my version of early. So I could stay a little bit later, try to finish this. Yes. Oh, just thinking about needing to make so many fucking phone calls. I know one I can make on the computer, because they don't do phone call appointments. But everything else I have to call. I just ate it. My schedule's so busy, and it's all because of doctor's appointments, because of the stupid hand and what I have found out. Oh, and that's, yeah, nobody knows because I didn't have streams last week. But I saw the rheumatologist, and he confirmed that I do have psoriatic arthritis, which is what the surgeon thought. So, yes. He also thinks I have psoriasis, which is one of the appointments I have to do, because he can't diagnose me with that. That's out of his range of practice. Out of his scope. So I have to go to a different doctor to confirm that part. And I have to go get x-rays because he's worried about my back pain and is worried that the arthritis has gotten to my back. So we have to, before he can put me on real medication, he has to confirm that. So that's one of the appointments I have to call, is I have to call the radiology people and make an appointment. So I'm kind of hoping that it's not in my back, because I have to go on some strong meds if it's on my back. Because if I don't, from what I've researched, I can start, if it's not treated properly at some point in the future, I can start having problems walking, because it will mess with my spine. So, yay me. I'm awake until 9 a.m. Eastern. Fair. I mean, if I get off stream right now, I'm still gonna be awake, because I do have to eat dinner at some point. The question will be, do I work or do I chill? So I'll be here if you want to continue. Yeah. I'm sorry, Dallas. Yeah. Yeah. The benefit, though, I did ask the rheumatologist, being that RA, rheumatoid arthritis runs in my family. My grandmother had it. I did ask him if there is a possibility of me getting both, then if I could have psoriatic arthritis and rheumatoid arthritis, because you can have regular arthritis and RA, or you can have osteoarthritis and RA. Like, I know those can double up. So I was curious. And he said no. It's he's never heard of a case of that happening. But I could, in the future, as I get older, I could get like normal arthritis from like age and wear and tear, or osteoarthritis from, again, age and wear and tear on top of the psoriatic arthritis. So the benefit is that I won't get RA like my grandmother. I don't have to worry about that, because I have a whole other problem, a whole other different arthritis. So only my sister and my mom have to worry about that now. So that's some weird small silver lining, I guess. possibly. But there's a lot of weird things I have to start paying attention to with the psoriatic arthritis because it's an autoimmune disorder. It can cause problems in other body functions that I didn't know about. So I'll start paying attention to shit. And if I do have the arthritis in my back and he has to put me on like stronger medication, that type of medication are usually immunosuppressants. So I will become immunocompromised now on a 24-hour basis. So that will kind of suck. Because I'm already cautious-ish because of my asthma, especially during the winter. Because when I get sick, it's bad. But now, if he has to put me on that, I'll have to be even more cautious because I will actually be suppressing my immune system to be able to function. Not even necessarily get better, just to ensure that I function well and don't like progress badly to the point where I have to have like other surgeries because my tendons are messed up. So yeah, we'll see. But that was my health update, being that I have been keeping the stream updated, at least. Why would you leave us? I mean, I don't want to leave, but sometimes my laptop needs a break. Sometimes I need to eat. But I did have a late lunch, so I'm not hungry. Because I have chips that are left over from my lunch from work yesterday that I didn't eat here for if I needed them, and I haven't had any. So my laptop is hot, but it's not too hot, and it hasn't been stuttering too much. So that's very. You can eat on the Sprint. That is true. But I have to make food because I don't want the teriyaki that I had again. I was thinking about making quesadilla with my cheese and some hot dogs. So that'd take a bit. But I guess I could put on a really long sprint to some people's happiness if I did that. But like I said, I'm not hungry right now anyways. So I'm okay. I did eat a late lunch because I had 2 doctor's appointments today. And I kind of had to like mentally decompress after one of them. So what in the world kind of chips are these? So these are Lay's pop chips. I think is that what it's called? Is that what it's Lay's? No, not Pays. Lay's pop chips. Oh, it would help if I spelled things correctly. Oh, Poppables. That's what it is. Lay's Poppables. That's what they're called. They're the diesel ones. They're literally just regular potato chips. And they're just like they're just like in a honeycomb kind of shape. So they I don't know if I eat less chips per poppable comb thing, but it feels like I'm eating less chips. And they're kind of fun to eat. So okay. I know what they are. They just looked weird at first when you held out the bag. Oh yeah. They're just baggy. And it's also reflecting the kitchen like light and stuff. So yeah. Yep. I like them. I don't like their barbecue version though. It tastes weird. Because it's a different formula from like the traditional Lay's barbecue. Or even the like hickory Lay's barbecue, which I don't know if they even make anymore. I feel like they don't, at least they don't sell it here at my local store. So it's even a different recipe from that. I just don't like it. And I usually like barbecue flavored chips or barbecue flavored almost anything. So all right, let's do another sprint. But I am going to make it you know what? I don't want to. Oh, I did erase everything. Okay, never mind. I'll still do 35. I was just gonna erase the one number, but I erased everything. Because I'm gonna go to the restroom. So we'll do 35 so that I can come back and still write for 25 minutes. So all right. Let's do that long one. I know. Esther, my short timer girly is gone now. I'm just with long timer people now. A semi-long one. At least I don't do like 15, 20 minutes anymore. I used to do that. So at least I don't do that anymore. All right. Well, let's do the sprint. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be back. And 1, 2, 3. Go. All right. That's that one. We are just about to start dancing. It stayed so long. That's what I get when I'm trying to like be accurate, or when I want to be accurate. This is again the downside, I feel like, of being a discovery writer and writing a serial, because these are all things I would have left in brackets as like a note to myself and just moved on. Or like left a note being like, don't love this, look into other music. When I went back to do my first draft after doing a zero draft. But with the serial, I can't do that. I do go and like really quick look at everything before I send it to Bungle, but it's not like going over it's not like a detailed edit like I do for a first draft. So sometimes I get stuck on things and I feel like I have to have an answer because I don't have the luxury of going back later. Because I have definitely sent raw words to Bungle where they have had to edit in much more detail because I didn't have time to look it over before I sent it to them, especially when I was publishing more regularly. Yeah. Yep. Not great. Okay. I'm probably still not going to end up finishing this chapter, but I'm going to give it a try. So we're going to do one more sprint, but it will be the last sprint because I am now getting hungry. And the husband said that he was on his way home. And I don't like to be on when he gets home because he usually wants to talk to me if I'm awake. So, yes. So let's do last sprint. We're going to go back to 25. There we go. I'm cooking stuff as well. Ooh, stroganoff. I don't remember the last time I had that. All right. Let's do our 25 minutes. Last sprinty. All right. And 1, 2, 3, go. All right, all done. And I did finish the scene or the dance. I'm not exactly sure if I loved how I described it. I might need to go and like watch a bunch of videos. So, because I'm not sure if I portrayed the style correctly, because I've described how it feels to dance like a cumbia or merengue, which is merengue is a little bit more sexual. I grew up dancing cumbias, which can be sexual and not sexual. But I've never actually danced salsa, so I was kind of struggling with like how to describe the like body movement. So I might need to just watch a ton of videos to lock down how to describe the body. So, but I did it. I also developed more lore, so that's great. Technically, the chapter's not over though. It's almost over. I don't think we're gonna. I think I'm gonna like have a throwaway line about the auction. It's fine. The gala, I'm fine with using the gala as much more of a like introduction to certain people and more of this world, this high class supernatural world. That's what I should say. So I'm fine with that. We can do more interacting, yes, with others, especially because I think I already closed the document with my world building, but I think the next day is the banquet, so we're going to be eating, so there'll be plenty of time to talk to people then. Yes, yeah. All right, well, I'm gonna go and I can eat. Let me check the calendar real quick. Yes, so again, unless something happens, and hopefully not, I can almost cross this one, but I can cross this one. Crossing fingers that Friday will be Skyblock with Bungle. Hopefully. If not, we'll play something like normal. I'll figure out something to play. So yes, hopefully everything will be fine and we can play Skyblock, because we haven't played Skyblock in like a month now. So and I'm personally itchy to play Skyblock. So yes, hopefully then. But besides that, no extra streams, no group streams for this week. So yes, that's it. I will see you guys on Friday for game night, and if you only watch the productivity sprints, I'll see you next Monday for more productivity pending again if something happens. So if you want to know when I go live, hit the buttons. And what am I saying? Hit the subscribe buttons and the bell, and also keep an eye out on the community tab so that you will know when I'm live. But yeah, that is it. And I will see you guys Friday or Monday. Bye. Thank you for hanging out with me. Bye-bye. Good night.